Okay guys, finally I have bentar ada suara nggak? Okay guys, finally I have time. Sebenarnya kemarin aku ada waktu sih buat belajar, tapi kemarin aku ada ngurus sesuatu. Kayak akhirnya kita bisa belajar lagi dan aku harus mastiin I have to for sure make this sections of learn of study bertahan lama ya guys ya. Setidaknya aku harus belajar beberapa jam sih untuk mengganti beberapa hari yang udah hilang aku nggak belajar gara-gara ospek. Baik lagi. Have you? Okay, let's continue our. Oke, apa terlalu gelap? Armin. Armin. Gelap ya, nggak apa-apa. Aku cuma mau belajar. Don't make me answer feels motion. Yeah, I want to see you there. Oke, mari kita ke pembelajaran. First, I want to check the last thing I did. What? What the last thing I did? I see. Okay, I think it's not bad. Then she's where's my glasses? Uh, see this bird, but at any kind. Last thing, last thing that I learned is middleware. So basically, middleware is the middle of the wares. Last thing is custom middlewares, but I didn't finish it. I didn't finish the video because when I watched that video, I oh that's on Sunday, and I do gymnastic, gymnastic competitions in cafe. Oke, mari kita belajar. Aku belum main ya. Nah, kemarin tuh ada error gitu kayak nggak tahu kok aku itu kenapa bisa aneh gitu ya. Nih ya. If I it's basically part 3000, if you look at this, it's basically 3000, and I have npm run. Apakah ini terlalu maju? Majuin lagi apa ya? Wah shit. Gitu. Masih padang gue guys. Nah, basically if you look at this, if I and start dev dev in this, and it's run server running on port 3000. But if I open the localhost in here, localhost, it's hello world. Why? I don't know why it's hello world. Hello words. Dari mana itu berasal? It's supposed to be here. It's supposed to show this index.html, but why is this one? Where it's come from? I nggak paham deh nah. Gimana ya? 3000 kan? Terus kenapa ya? Kenapa hello world ya? Ini yang mana satu ya kira-kira? Hello worldnya? Nih, node demand index1.js. Starting index.js. Oh, index.js. Yang mana satu index.js, cok? Gak tahu nih aku salah di mana ya. Ada errornya di situ. Itu yang bikin aku bingung. Kenapa? Masalahnya kalau misalnya aku no demand si index1.js itu error, guys. Tuh, nggak mau dia no demandnya. Padahal aku udah install no demand. Aku udah install no demand package ya. Nggak mau kan kalau misalnya aku not module not found express server. Oh, nah ini nih. Oh, aku tahu di mana salahnya, cok, cok. Nah, baru mau dia telur telur ayam. Ya, telur ayam kan. So in the last thing index1.js, jadi kita sini import express from express, their name from path and file URL to path. Intinya their name and file URL to path ini tuh gunanya buat ini ya, const their name file to path. Nah ini basic aja, intinya ya udah ini memang template-nya kayak gitu. Gunanya buat apa? Gunanya itu nanti buat di sini nih juga. Di sini kan kita bikin kalau variable their name karena nanti kan public index.html nih yang mau kita balikin, yang mau kita kirim filenya. Itu untuk nilai root akarnya itu dir name, ada di dir name gitu. nih ya, kalau misalnya you want to look at that, kalau misalnya mau get nih, misalnya kita di sini log deh, log this one. If you want to see, I kita buka postman. Nah, di sini ada get ya, terus coba kita send ya. Tuh, kita udah nge-get, kita dapat HTML-nya, terus di sini nah, si agent kuliah program Udemy nah bla 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 bla. Jadi itu kayak root-nya gitu. Yang sebelumnya the path lah intinya. Itu cara untuk mendapatkan path. Rest send file. Jadi sini kita akan mengirimkan filenya gitu. Terus sini ada add post.submit ini yang kita bikin kemarin sebenarnya. Itu sebenarnya inti pajang aja sih. Console log rect body. Di sini rect body ini di sini kita pakai body parser ya. Di sini kita import dulu body parsernya yang ini. Import body parser from body parser. Like that. Gunanya body parser itu apa? Aku agak lupa ya body parsers. Baru kemarin coba belajar. Nah, nggak lele deh ya. First, kami bekas body middleware before handles available under the right body property. Apa kegunaan modus body parser pada adalah middleware yang digunakan untuk memparsing body dari request HTML. Jadi nanti ada kan ada request nih yang masuk ke HTML6. Digunakan untuk memparsing bodinya, si body requestnya itu. Bisa berguna untuk dalam bagian yang jadi parsing JSON. Parsing JSON. Jadi dia akan mengambil body dari request yang memiliki format JSON dan mengubahnya menjadi objek JavaScript yang dapat digunakan dalam aplikasi. Oke. Parsing URL encoded data. Mengambil data yang dikirim melalui form HTML dengan type applications ya ini URL encoded dan mengubahnya menjadi objek yang dapat diakses dalam aplikasi. Oh, in our case, it's parsing URL encoded data. Ya, yeah. App use body parser.url encoded. Tuh, kita pakai URL encodednya, not the JSON. Jadi JSON parsing URL parser parsing ini permintaan masuk parsing single langsung. Terus ada di bawah rec.body ya rec.body. First, incoming request body is middleware before your handlers available under the rec.body property. Note, as rec.body saves in base as on user control input, all properties and values in this object are unstructured to be validated before trusted. For example, rec.body.foo.toString may fail in multiple ways. For example, the foo property may not be there or may not be a string, and toString may not be a function and instead string or other insert input. Uh, Jadi di sini kita kan pakai body parser untuk mengambil untuk ngeparser data dari si request ya, si bodinya itu. Baru kita dapat ngelihat data rec bodinya di sini. Apa sih emang rec body itu? Ya udah. Ini pas kita di sini pas di sini request request apa? Request URL-nya itu adalah slash submit. Ketika dia pencet submit gitu kan. Dia nih yang kayak gini nih. Sini kan actionnya submit. Ya udah berarti nanti dia request URL submit. Jadi ketika dipencet nih submitnya, type submit ya, input type submit yang dipencet, maka dia akan menjalankan slash submit dengan metode post sehingga dia nanti akan ngirim request ya. Nah, di sini app.post slash submit inilah yang ngerutain jalannya slash submit request di sini. Nah, di sini kita bisa nge-console log request body dari request ini dengan rect body. Terus di sini aku mau coba apa ya? Data push rect.body. Oh, di sini aku pengen mencoba kayak gabungin ininya, gabungin datanya. Di sini hello data gitu. So if I not that data gitu. So if I misalnya sini lagi nih misalnya nih mouse kayak ada mouse and helm gitu kan. And if we down terus di sini gelas headset, dia akan ngirim di sini ya gelas helm. Nah, di sini dia kalau misalnya si postman nge dia bakal seharusnya ngirim HTML-nya dan juga ngedapetin oh this is the preview ya. Oh dia cuma bakalan ngirim ini enggak. Oh dia ngelok juga nih, ngelok si datanya itu kan ada mouse dia udah kepus lah ya. Nah mungkin nanti ini gini lah cara kita simpan ke SQL kalau misalnya kita menyimpan ke SQL ya guys ya, mungkin gitu ya. Nah untuk sekarang udah kayak gitu, kita console body. Sebelumnya sampai mana index.js ini pengennya, berarti kita harus buka dulu. Ini video yang sebelumnya itu introduction to middlewares. Tugasnya itu sampai mana kemarin? I forgot.
URL encoded method. So then go ahead and console log the request value pairs you want. Once I go ahead and hit send, you'll see that console log being enacted upon because we hit up the post route, and I'm getting those key value pairs being printed.
Or if I go to here too and change it to the post and we go to the body and this one nama email place, if I send this one it's supposed to log here. Error, the fuck error. Post localhost oh slash submit ya, maaf. Nah final to load, but it's loading terus, aku nggak tahu nih kenapa loading terus. Aku nggak tahu kenapa loading terus.
Printed in here. Now, if I go ahead and stop using body parser as my middleware and I try that again, then you can see that I'm getting undefined. There is no body to my request.
Oh gitu ya. Kalau misalnya if I try to send it again, is it undefined? Yeah, it's undefined. Karena there's no request. Body parser. Jadi body parser ini perlu ya. kalau misalnya oke kita lanjut terus apa?
So let's enable that once more. And this time we're going to hit up the post request from our HTML form here. Our band name generator is a very simple website that takes the street name that you grew up on, which in my case was Aberdeen Road, and then your pet name, which in my case was a rabbit that I very creatively called Rabbit. And then once I hit submit, it's actually going to make that request, which is the post request, to the route that's /submit. And when we take a look down here, you can see it has encoded this first part, which corresponds to the name of that input. And the second part is the value that was placed inside that input, which I wrote as Aberdeen. And it's the same for the next input as well. That's the superpower that we managed to gain using the body parser middleware. In the next lesson, we'll learn to use another popular middleware package, as well as learn how to write our own custom middleware with Express.js. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson.
Okay, in custom middleware kita kalau nggak salah ada belajar pakai modul tertentu.
In this lesson, we'll practice using another popular type of middleware called Morgan. Afterwards, we'll write our very own custom middleware and then finish off by putting all that knowledge together to create a band name generator. We mentioned that in terms of the types of functionality you see with middleware, you've got pre-processing types, you've got authentication, you've got error handling ones, and you've got logging requests. Body parser belongs to the pre-processing category. So now let's look at a different category of middleware, namely the logging types. One of the most commonly used logging middlewares for Node is a package called Morgan. And it comes from the Dexter show, Morgan Dexter.
Oke, Morgan ini gunanya untuk logging ya guys ya. Jadi dia bakal kayak mencatat setiap data, bukan sih, setiap hal lah tentang ketika request gitu. Even though the requestnya itu pun salah, even though requestnya itu kayak nggak sampai gitu. Intinya selagi ada request, it's Morgan untuk logging.
And you can see just how popular it is always on NPM by looking at weekly downloads, almost 4 million weekly downloads. So it's really, really commonly used. And it's basically used to log the requests that come into your server. And in order to use it, all we have to do is to install it onto our server, import it, and then use it as middleware with the app.use method. Now, Morgan has a number of options that you can use to determine how detailed you want the logging to be. But essentially what happens when we use the Morgan middleware is when we send a request to our server, such as if we try to load up the homepage by going to localhost 3000, then it's going to hit up our get route and it's going to send back the words hello. But also behind the scenes, this middleware function has triggered before it even gets to the app.get handler. And we get a output in our console that has the date and time of the request. It has the type of request that was made. It has the URL of the request, which is the / or the root route, the status code of the request, so 200, it was successful, and then a whole bunch of other things that we saw previously in our request, such as where did it come from? Well, it was coming from a Mac running on macOS 10.15.7, and it came from a browser, which is Chrome, etc., etc. So what I want you to do is I want you to pause on this video, take a look through the docs for the NPM package that's called Morgan, and take a look at the different predefined formats. So we can have combined, we can have common, development, short, tiny, and you can see it tells you what is going to be logged, the status, the URL, the method, response time, etc., and decide whichever one it is that you want. And then using the code that I showed you earlier, I'm going to go it is that you want. And then using the code that I showed you earlier, I'm going to go into index2.js and modify this starting file so that we can start logging using the Morgan middleware. I'm going to leave this slide up and I want you to pause the video and see if you can complete this mini challenge.
Ini kita masuk custom middleware. Introduction to middleware, custom middleware. I've made folder. Udemy. Express middleware, custom middleware, okay. What? Custom middleware. Ada apa dengan port 3000? Kenapa emang? Oh, astaga. Oh, ini itu disuruh untuk di indeks 2 ya? Blok anjing.
All right, so this time I'm going to use a different Morgan option. Again, I'm going to use the app.use method in order to use Morgan, and then inside some curly braces, I get to specify the format of my output. So I'm going to change it to tiny in order to get less stuff out, and making sure that I've stopped my server, making sure that I have in fact npm installed Morgan, so that I have the package that I just imported. I'm going to use nodemon to run my index2.js. So now let's go ahead and test this out. So I'm going to open up my Postman and I'm going to hit up the localhost 3000. Let's send a GET request. You can see a GET request was sent to the root route. The result was 200, all successful. And that
Gets less 105. Itu apa aja tuh?
whole process took 5 milliseconds. Now let's try something else. Let's try a post request to the /submit. You can see that even though we don't even have a handler to deal with it, because the middleware actually happens before the request reaches any of the handlers, we still have a valid middleware action that's happening, telling me that a post request was submitted to the /submit route. It was a 404 because of course that is not handled, and this is how long it took.
$44. Oh yeah.
So have a play around with that. If you use the Morgan documentation and you use the require function, which is fine, it's just a little bit outdated and they could probably update their documentation because we are in fact using module-based ES6 JavaScript, so we can actually use the import as we've been using so far. That's just one thing to keep note of. Now we've seen a couple of middlewares now. We've seen body parser and we've seen Morgan just now. What if we wanted to build our own middleware? What does that require? Essentially what happens in all of these middlewares is we use the app.use method to specify a middleware to use when the request comes in. And inside there, we can pass in a function and it has a request, a response object, and a next method. Because there can be multiple middleware, and also because this is something that happens in the middle, the next function basically determines when we should move on from the middleware and continue in the flow of the server handlers. So when should it go to the next function that's in line? So the middleware that we're putting inside the app.use method can in fact be created from scratch. And it's quite useful to see this just to know roughly what's actually going behind the scenes with all of these different modules that we're putting in here, like body parser and Morgan. So in this case, all I've got is a function that takes a request, a response object, and also has a next method. Now, when the middleware is activated, in this case, all I'm doing is just doing some logging. So I'm saying log request method and then tap into the request.method property in order to print it out. Finally, we have the next function, which basically just says, okay, I'm done with all of my middleware functionality, proceed to the next step of handling that request. Now, if there is another middleware here, then that is where that next is going to go to. It's going to go to the next app.use, which is why it's really important to express the order that you put your middleware. If you want your request to be authenticated before you log the request or before you pass the request, then you have to think about the order that it's going in your code file. But once it's done with all the middleware, then the next function will actually go to your request handlers, such as our app.get. Then the next function will code file. But you have to think about the before you log the request or before you pass the request. Then you have to think about the order that it's going in your code file. But once it's done with all the middleware, then the next function will actually go to your request handlers, such as our app.get or our app.post. So what I want you to do is to take a look at this particular slide and think about how you can implement it in your own code. Now, in this case, all I'm doing is just logging the request method, but I want you to log the request method, but also the URL of the request, and you can get access to these through request.method, but also request.url. Open up index3.js, modify the code here so that you can create your own logging middleware. And as an extra challenge, I don't want you to have the middleware like what we had in the example, which is where we've got the function inside app.use. I want you to make it look like the other middleware that we've used. Remember, with body parser, all we did was app.use, and then we just said body parser, blah, 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 blah. And with Morgan, it was again going into here. So what your app.use should look like is it should look like this. Making sure that this line of code actually works, I want you to write the middleware function that's going to log the request URL and the request.
Your functions. Jadi kita disuruh habis.logger. Jadi sini jadi intinya itu kita disuruh bikin function ya. Intinya kita disuruh bikin function namanya logger. Cara nge-define function itu gimana ya? Aku lupa, Cok. Gitu kan cara bikin function di JavaScript? Aku lupa sama cara bikin function di JavaScript itu gimana. Kayak gini bukan? Forget. Entahlah, kayak gitu lah intinya ya. Function logger. Udah, aku takut salah. Sumpah aku lupa.
Method into the console. Pause the video and complete this challenge. All right, so we know that we need to create a middleware function called logger in order for this line of code to work. So let's do that now. It's going to have the request, response, and next. And then we're going to...
Iya gitu aja, benar Cok aku. Request and next. Benar Cok, terus sini kita bakal ngelog
All right, so we know that we need to create a middleware function.
Insert request request method. Request method. Request methodnya adalah rec.method. Apaan sih ini? Sini rec.url is bener nggak? Oh, ini masih indeks 2 ya. Masih indeks 2 sih. Indeks 3. Request method get dan request URL slash. Terus kalau misalnya di sini kita kasih post and submit. Request method post request URL slash submit. Okay.
All right, so we know that we need to create a middleware function called logger in order for this line of code to work. So let's do that now. It's going to have the request, response, and next. And then we're going to console log a bunch of things. Now, how you format your console log is totally up to you, but I'm going to say request method. And then afterwards is going to come the request.method property. And then I'm also going to console log the request.url, and I'll change that here as well. And then finally, we're going to need the next function to say that this function should continue onto the next thing. So let's go ahead and stop our server. Let's use our nodemon to run index3.js. And now let's make some requests. So let's make a get request. You can see the request method and the request URL. Let's try our post method. You can see the request method and the URL. So we've actually replicated some of the functionality of Morgan by creating this middleware ourselves, and then using the app.use method, we're able to specify the middleware that we want to be implemented before we end up in the route handlers. Now, remember what I said about the next method? It's really common that people forget to use it in the middleware, and this is what would happen if you did that. So let's make a send request. You can see it's just hanging, right? Even though we've got all of these things that we wanted console logged, but if we actually try to go to our homepage, localhost, then it's actually not going to load because it never manages to reach this handler. Because right here, we need that method to happen before we can actually hit up that handler that sends back whatever it is that we need to the client. So the order of things really becomes
Enggak. Enggak. Video. Hah?
because right here we
Belum ada apa? Hah?
need that method of post, then it's actually not happen if you did that. So let's make a send request. You can see it's just hanging, right? Even though we've got all of these things that we wanted console logged, but if we actually try to go to our homepage, localhost, then it's actually not going to load because it never manages to reach this handler. Because right here, we need that method to happen before we can actually hit up that handler that sends back whatever it is that we need to the client. So the order of things really becomes very clear when you omit or when you add in that next function in the middleware. All that's left to do now is to complete the coding exercise for this lesson and to prove that you've learned all the things that we talked about, which is a lot in this lesson. So putting all of your knowledge together, we're going to create the band name generator. Again, going back to your 3.4 middleware, you can see that inside index4.js, we've got everything set up for you to get started. It's just a simple Express Node server. But what you're going to have to do is to go ahead and install the right packages, to import the right modules, and then to be able to serve up the index.html website when a GET request is made to our server. So we did that when we did index1.js, remember earlier? And you can review the code from over there. And you can even copy and paste the code in, because my stance on copy and pasting code is you're never going to be able to memorize word for word what a lot of these methods and things are going to look like. And it's perfectly acceptable to copy and paste code. But this is a huge but. You have to understand what the code that you copied does. What is its function? And not just blindly copy and paste code from the internet. But we've already gone through it, so you should be able to review index1.js, add in the parts of code that are required in order to serve up the website. And also, you should be able to get the middleware working so that we can actually pass the information that's coming in from the form in our band name generator, the street name and the pet name, so that when the submit button is pressed and a post request comes over to our server, we know how to handle it. And then finally, what we're going to do is we're going to do a res.send to send back the result of the combined word. So the first part is the street name and the second part is their pet name. If you go ahead and use nodemon to run the solution for.js, then if you go over to our localhost, you can see how it should function. So let's put in my values here into the two inputs, click submit, and then we get back a H1 and an H2. And this is just an emoji, which you can even copy and paste into your code if you wish. And then this is the combined value of those two inputs that I put in just now. So if I change this to Angela and then hit submit, you can see this is reacting to my HTML form. So that's the goal. Pause the video and give this challenge a go. Now, this combines a lot of stuff that we did today, and what I want you to do if you got stuck is to take a look at solution4.js, the solution code for the exercise, and see where you might have gone wrong. The first thing we need to do is to add our route handlers. JS, the solution code for the exercise, and see where you might have gone wrong. The first thing we need to do is to add our route handlers. We have a app.get on our root route that is going to send the file, which is our index.html, inside the public folder. Remember, to do that, we need the full file path, and to get the full file path, we need this directory name constant. So you can simply have copied these 3 lines from index1, and that is going to get you that directory name, which you can append to the rest of the path, which is the public folder index.html. And then once you've done that, the next part is to actually test it out and make sure that when you go to your localhost 3000, you actually see that a complex task into smaller tasks and test frequently. Now, once that's up and running, then we need to install and get the body parser middleware to work. We'll import body parser from the body parser module, and we're going to use that app.use to be able to parse URL encoded data. And this, again, you could have simply just copied over from the solution 1. This is something that we already did before. And because you now know what it does, you don't have to memorize it letter by letter and make typos and struggle in that kind of way. This is something that you can simply keep, save on your computer, and refer to it whenever you need this functionality, because now you understand what it does. Once we have that middleware in place, then we can go ahead and process the request body that we're getting through the HTML form. In my case, I created my own middleware called band name generator, so another preprocessor that's going into our server. So once we pass the information, then we generate the band name. This function basically takes the request, takes the first part, which is the street, and then adds it to the pet name, and then hits up the next part of our server. And this app.use is where this function is called. So this is the first middleware that happens. We pass the information, then we generate the name from the request body that the user entered, and then our server determines which route needs to be hit up. If it was a post request that came in to the submit route, then we're going to res.send the actual band name. Back to the user, H1 and an H2. And that is how we end up with this website. If you didn't create a separate middle
Nggak perlu pakai cons.
middleware, and you simply put this inside the post route, that's also perfectly fine. It really doesn't matter. I just wanted to demonstrate to you one potential option. You could have simply put all of this in here and then just paste it like this. This is in fact less lines of code, but it's always good to know other options, right? And plus, order of our middleware. So if by accident I put my body parser middleware below my band generator middleware, then this is what's going to happen when I go to my website. So let's put in our street name, let's put in our pet name, hit submit, we get errors. Can't read name my website. Then my body parser middleware below my band generator middleware, then this is what's going to happen when I go to my website. So let's put in our street name, let's put in our pet name, hit submit, we get errors. Can't read properties of undefined request.body here, which is the first middleware, but request.body doesn't exist yet because we haven't passed the incoming request. Remember, middleware order matters a huge deal, and I just wanted to be able to demonstrate that to you. Hopefully the rest of the code is pretty clear and you managed to get your version of band name generator to work. Once you're ready, head over to the next lesson where we've got the final programming challenge for this section. So I'll see you there. All right, it's time to put all of your knowledge together in using Node and Express and create the final project for this section, which is a website full of secrets. So in this video lesson, go ahead and download the course resources for this lesson, which will be a zip file called secrets project. Once you've downloaded and extracted it, you should be able to open it and take a look at the structure of the files that you have. So there's an index.js, which is completely blank. You're going to write all of your code in there, but there is a public folder that contains all of the pre-built HTML code. So there's 2 pages in this website. One is the home page, which looks like this. It has an H1 and a form. Be careful and look at the different aspects of the form so that when you're writing your code, you know what's going on. And then there's also a website called secret.html. And this is the website that we're going to display once a user types in the correct password. In order to know how you should build this project, I want you to exit out of any servers you're running, go ahead and cd over to this project, and then you can use Node to run the solution.js file. And if you get error module not found, then make sure that you run npm-i to install all of the packages that are in the list of dependencies here, which is just body parser and express. So now if we hit up and run our solution.js, it should be listening on port 3000. And if we go over to the localhost solution.js file. And if you get error module not found, then make sure that you run npm-i to install all of the packages that are in the list of dependencies here, which is just body parser and express. So now if we hit up and run our solution.js, it should be listening on port 3000. And if we go over to the localhost 3000, you should see a website like this. The password for this website in the solution is I love programming, and it's spelled exactly like this. So zoom in, take a look, make sure you got it right, and then click submit. It will let you through and give you some secrets. Like when making chocolate desserts, always add a little bit of salt. It makes the chocolate flavor more intense. This is actually my own personal secret. And it is now yours because you too love programming. Now, what happens if I type in something that's not the right password? Then in this case, when I hit submit, you will see it goes back to the initial homepage, the index.html. It doesn't let me through to the secrets. That's the goal that you're trying to achieve, and you should now have all of the information in your brain. You might need to review some of the previous lessons in order to complete this challenge, but this is essentially what we're going to do. So pause the video and try to complete this challenge.
Apa nggak ada lagi?
All right, so let's take a look through the solution code together. Hopefully you've actually given this a go, because as I always say, it's the doing in programming that's actually going to teach you. It's not listening to me. You're not going to learn anything by just listening to me, watching the videos, or typing out the code that I've already typed. It's actually the
Uh,
thinking and the struggling and the hating yourself and the finally getting it right and having the right solution and things working and getting these epiphanies, that is how you learn programming. But enough of that, let's walk through the solution together. So firstly, I've imported Express and Body Parser, the two modules I'm going to need. I've also imported from path and URL to get this directory name, and I fully expect you to just simply copy and paste this from your previous project. You don't need to memorize this. So I'll just say that one more time. Programming is not about memorization. It's about figuring out solutions to problems and knowing where to look for those solutions. Next, I've created my app and set my port. And then I've created this variable called user is authorized, which by default, they are not. Then I'm going to use my body parser middleware. So again, this should be a copy and paste job. You're pretty much going to use the same thing every time you want to get hold of information from an HTML form. And then I've got my own middleware that I created, which you can or you don't have to. But in this case, it's kind of a middleware because we're effectively authorizing the request before it gets handled. So while it's acceptable to put this inside the app.post, I think it's actually better in this case to have it as a middleware. So I've created a middleware called password check, which takes the value that the user inputted into the password field. And the reason why I know it's going into the password field is, one, I console logged the request.body, but also I looked inside the index.html and I saw that the input for the password field has this particular name. So that is what I needed to put right here. I'm going to check if the password is equal to I love programming or whatever password it is you want to set. And if that is the case, I'm going to set the user to authenticated. And that all important next method is what allows my flow to continue through to the handlers. So this middleware gets used first. And then we have our two routes. Our get route to the home page sends the file that is our index.html. So this particular HTML page. And then the user can type something in here. And then when they hit submit, that form is going to be submitted to the /check route using the post method. So I have to handle that in my server if I want anything to happen. So I've got an app.post with this route. And when it comes through, I'm going to check, well, was that request coming from a user that's authenticated? If so, let's send them the secret.html page. Otherwise, let's send them back to the home page. Now, we haven't really talked about res.redirect, so this is how I expect you to have sent the user back to the home page if they got the password wrong. But there is also another method called res.redirect, and you can simply put in the URL where you want them to redirect to, which in our case is to go straight back to the home page, so you don't have to write out all of those lines of code if you wish. But this is equally valid code, and this is the form that I expected you to figure out. Another thing to mention here is Body Parser is now incorporated as a part of Express. So if you don't want to install yet another module, you don't want to put in import Body Parser, you can simply replace it with Express because it now has all of the functionality of Body Parser included because it's such a commonly needed functionality. But it does need to be added in as a middleware. Now, for me, when I'm actually going through my code, I actually prefer looking at it like this because then I know what this middleware is doing. And this is also most of the code that you're going to come across on the internet. So I prefer this version, but I just wanted to let you know that there is an alternative as well. Hopefully you managed to get this project project to work from your own steam, and hopefully you struggled a ton with it. That does not mean that you're not smart. It means that you're super smart because you try really, really hard, and that's how you're going to get ahead of everyone. But if something didn't work or you need to review the code, it's totally fine.
Udah berapa menit? 1,5.
Make sure that you go back and fix it and your project works. Hopefully you had fun with me in this module learning all about Express. In the next module, we're going to learn about EJS. So what is that? Well, you'll have to find out in the next module. For all of that and more, I'll see you there.
Ah. Ah, shit. Ah, ah, shit. Minum obat lah cok, anjir lah. Di botol minum satu lagi mana cok? Taruh mana ya botol minum? Ya nggak ingat cok. Shit. Shit. Udah jeruk nih Jin kalau gue mau. Gak mau ah. Panas. Oke, sekarang kita udah selesai belajar Express ya. Kita udah selesai. Di Express itu kita udah mempelajari ya creating our server with Express, tinggal const app, terus HTTP request, terus ada Postman, kita udah belajar juga tentang middlewares, custom middlewares kita juga udah belajar, terus kita juga belajar secret projects nya. Selanjutnya kita akan belajar, jadi kita udah belajar backend web development ya, the tools and the Node.js we already learn about that. And next we're gonna learn about EGS. And this is new to me because I don't ever hear about EGS. Jadi sekarang kita akan belajar EGS dan total durasinya adalah 1 jam 30 menit dan itu nggak akan cukup, berlebih pasti berjam-jam lebih selesainya modul ini karena ya pasti banyak latihannya, itu pasti banyak error atau bla bla bla, tapi nggak apa-apa. Jadi sini kita bakal bikin apa ya, Express dan JS, selanjutnya itu adalah EGS. Oke, mari kita belajar EGS.
Hey guys, welcome back. In this module, we're going to be learning all about EJS, which stands for Embedded JavaScript. Why do we need EJS, and why is it necessary to embed JavaScript into
Okay. At the post submit right because const name right name present file their name the index.html index.html. Hello, insert name here.
to our HTML files? Previously, we saw that if we have an HTML website where we have a form with an input, if we want to type something
This is the full volume.
into that input, then it can form. See, we saw that if we have an HTML website where we have a form with an input, if we want to type something into that input, then it can be received in our index.js via the post route, and we can use body parser to tap into what was entered into that particular input. This input has a name attribute that's set to name. And ideally, what we're trying to do is we're trying to allow a user to put their name in here so that we can re-render the website and then greet them. So whatever goes in here, for example, my name, should hopefully be able to be rendered over here into this H1. You can imagine the first...
Embedded atau embedded? Embedded. You first
thing that happens is we have a page with our form. When you type something into here and then you hit submit, it hits up our post route in our server and we receive that value via the request.body. And then somehow we want to be able to send this information to a HTML file and insert it in there. And then once we've inserted that into the HTML file, maybe right here, then we can render this entire index.html file in our browser, and it should say hello something or other. And this is the whole process where we go from 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, this is the part which is the question mark. How do we actually do this? How do we pass something from our server to be rendered in a HTML file? Something question mark. How do we actually do this? How do we pass something from our server to be rendered in a HTML file? And that is done using templating. You might think to yourself, well, why do we need this complex process of sending something from the server into a file to render that file? Well, the alternative, as you might have imagined, is to simply use res.send and insert whatever it is we wanted to insert directly into the HTML using JavaScript. This works in principle, and also especially when it's such a simple situation like this. But let's imagine a more complex situation. Let's imagine we wanted to send a fully fledged HTML page with style sheets, with things from Google Fonts, with a whole bunch of code basically. And you can quickly imagine how cluttered our index.js file is getting. And all of this HTML, which basically is related to structure, is now being embedded into a JavaScript file, which is our server-side code, which is meant to deal with function. So this is not great. Instead, what we want is this separation of concerns. We want to separate the HTML and CSS from our JavaScript. And also, we want to separate the front end. So that way, our structure and our style is separated from our functionality. Also, that way, we can separate our front end from our back end as well. This separation of concerns is really, really important as you start building bigger and more complex projects. Because as things start sprawling out, you're going to start realizing that it's really nice to be able to work on one small thing at a time and not have to hold the whole complexity of your website in your brain. In order to do this separation of concerns, we need to use something called a templating language. And there are many, many out there. There's Handlebars, there's Pug, Ginger, Twig, EJS. Now, some of these are for different languages. For example, Twig is for PHP, Ginger is for Python. But out of the JavaScript ones, the most commonly used templating language with Express and Node is EJS, which... All right, it's time to put all of your knowledge together.
Press. Sure.
Which stands for embedded, is script ones. The most commonly used templating language with Express and Node is EJS, which stands for embedded JavaScript. How does EJS work? Well, essentially, it's almost like having a little JavaScript module that can run JavaScript code inside a HTML file. And it ends with the .ejs file extension. And essentially, all we've got is just HTML, but with bits of JavaScript enclosed inside a special syntax. So, for example, in this case, we're able to insert a for loop into our HTML file, which loops through a bunch of items, so an array that's been sent into this EJS file. And for each of those items, we're basically creating a list item. Using this kind of dynamic JavaScript, we're able to generate a website that looks like this, which means that these items can be generated from our server side, sent to our EJS file, and rendered onto screen like this. So how do we do it? Previously, I showed you how we might do it in theory, given what we know already. We could take, for example, something in our post request and then just pass it along when we use our res.send file. Now, the only problem with this is that res.send file is strictly only for static files, so files that don't change. And by definition, a template, such as one using EJS, does change because we're having to insert things into it. So we can't actually use res.send or res.send file. Instead, we need a different method, which is called res.render. And what this allows us to do is to firstly specify the file that we want to render on screen. And then we can add a JavaScript object to pass over some properties. And it's a key value pair. So in this case, I'm rendering index.ejs. I'm passing it over a object with a key of name and a value of what came from that form inside the name input. On the index.ejs side, the file that's being rendered, we can now insert the thing that we sent over, which is under a variable called name. And notice how these two things match. The key that we used when we sent over this piece of data matches the name that we're going to use in order to insert it into the destination rendered file. Before we get started trying this out in practice, we need to install something called the EJS language support plugin to our VS Code. And this is going to allow our VS Code to do syntax highlighting with EJS and also have the correct auto suggest come up. I want you to search for EJS in your plugins, and I want you to find this one called EJS Language Support by Digital Brainstem. And this is the most commonly downloaded EJS support. You can see how many installs it's had. And then let's go ahead and install this. All right, so now that we've seen briefly how we can start using EJS to template our Express-based websites, let's try an exercise where we actually put what we learned into practice. And because we haven't built anything from scratch for a little while, I thought in this exercise we could do that and refresh our memory of how to create Express-based servers, how to create files and folders in the command line, and also use a bit of our JavaScript knowledge to build a very simple website that gives you a little piece of advice based on which day of the week it is. So what's going to happen when we go to our homepage on our localhost 3000 is we will get a little greeting on this website. The website will automatically know whether if it is currently, today, a weekday or a weekend. And based on that information, which is going to be injected into this template, of course, using EJS, it's going to give us a little piece of advice. So either it's time to work hard because it's a weekday, or it's time to have fun because it's the weekend. And we're going to do that using the JavaScript getDay method, which can tell us which day of the week it is based on a number. So it'll give us 0 to 6, with 0 being Sunday, 1 being Monday, all the way to 6 being a Saturday. These are the steps that we need to go through. I'm going to clear the screen for you, and I want you to go through each of these steps to figure out how to create this website by yourself. Now, a couple of things to note. This is simply just an H1.
Yes. Please bantu kerjain yang stiker ya. Oh, yang 3 lembar, terus potong aja. Nanti di belakangnya kasih double tip. Yang lain juga masih ngerjain yang lain juga masih ngerjain yang lain. Ya, mulai ide jahat, cok. Jangan ganggu aku mau belajar, cok. Icon semua.
Go through each of these steps to figure out how to create this website by yourself. Now, a couple of things to note, this is simply just an H1, and our website doesn't contain anything else other than just that H1 on a HTML boilerplate. And if you want to figure out how to use the get day method, I recommend using Google, just like any other developer would, using the documentation to figure out how to get it to do what it is you want, which is to allow you to figure out whether if currently the user is on a weekday or a weekend. Pause the video and give this exercise a good go. Now, it involves some of the stuff that we learned before, so if you forget or you can't remember, don't worry, just go back to the previous lesson and see how to install Express or how to create new folders or how to initialize NPM, all of that.
Men. Yung ko tahu cara pakai JS sebelum tahu.
That stuff. Afterwards, we'll come back and we'll run through the solution together. So pause the video now. All right, so to start off, I'm going to create a new folder or new directory in my web development project in the backend, and I'm just going to call it 4.0 EJS so it slots in nicely. And then inside this folder, I'm going to use the terminal to cd into it, and then I'm going to initialize npm using all options set to Y. And then I'm going to install Express and EJS. And once that's done, I'm going to go into the package.json and make sure that I change the type of my project to use the ES6 module-based system. Now that's all done and we've set up our basic project, I'm going to create some index files. So I'm going to make a directory called views, which is required for me to be able to use my EJS templates. And I'm going to use a semicolon to create another command in the same line. Now, this is just a command line hack. It means that you can type out a bunch of commands all on one line and then hit enter and everything happens in the background. But remember, you can also just click on the folder, create a new folder, create a new file. It doesn't have to be done like this, but I want to show you a quick and very easy way of doing this. So I need an index.js. And inside the views folder, I need a index.ejs file. Now, what this line of command is saying is inside this directory you're in, 4.0 EJS, make a directory called views, create a file called index.js, which is going to go into where we are currently at, but also create a file called index.ejs under this directory. So this is obviously a relative file path, and then if I hit enter, you'll see everything happen over here just as I intended. Easy. Maybe you can save yourself 1 or 2 seconds. If it's confusing, don't worry about it. Just create things using the buttons and the UI. But I like to feel like a hacker sometimes. So, and the command line is probably the only way I get to feel that way. All right, so now that we've got all our files, first thing I'm going to do is to import Express from Express. And then I'm going to create my app, which is set to equal Express, and then a set of brackets. Let's set my port to, again, 3000. And I'm going to do app.listen. And we're going to be listening on our port. And then once it's up and running, we're simply going to console log server running on port, insert our port in here, done. Now we've got our basic Express server set up. Let's go ahead and create an app.get. Now in the app.get, we're going to target the home route, so just a /, and then we need our rec and res. And our response is going to, instead of use res.send, we're going to use res.render, which is required for us to render our EJS template. Now I'm going to put in the name of my EJS file in the view folder. And in my case, it's called just index.ejs. And then I get to add some options in the form of a JavaScript object. So I'm going to pass over one option, which is called day type. And let's just set that to a week day. And then I've also got another one which is going to be called, and on a weekday I will tell people it's time to work hard.
Day type weekday advice. It's time to work hard.
That's our res.render, and this object is going to be picked up inside our index.ejs. So let's create a HTML boilerplate. Remember, you can index.render, and now this object is going to be picked up inside our index.ejs. So let's create a HTML boilerplate. Remember, you can do that with the exclamation mark, hit enter. That might have been a long time ago. That with the exclamation mark, hit enter. That might have been a long time ago when you
Fuck.
servers and websites, and we still have to use our HTML knowledge. So I'm going to call this a weekday warrior. Of course, your title can be anything. It really doesn't matter. The important thing is we have an H1 where we're going to say, hey, it's, and then inside here is where we're going to insert our EJS. So hopefully you've already got the EJS plugin installed, EJS language support, which means that as soon as you start typing an angle bracket, it should start suggesting to you what you need. And the one that we need is this one, the angle %, which allows us to output a value in between the open and closing EJS brackets. Inside here, we're going to pick up on that property we sent over, which is called day type. And that's what's going to go in here. So it's going to say something like, hey, it's a weekday. And then I'm going to say comma, and then I'm going to add a comma, and then I'm going to add another EJS bracket where it's going to say the advice. And at the very end, we have an exclamation mark. This is all we need for our EJS side. And then coming back to our index.js, of course, we don't always want it to say weekday. We have to figure out the next part. But before we do that, let's just test so that we can see if everything is working as it should. Let's run our index.js, go over to our localhost 3000, and look at that. It's working perfectly. It says, hey, it's a weekday and it's time to work hard in our H1. So now let's add a little bit more dynamism to our website. And we're going to do that by using the getDay method in JavaScript. So you can either use MDN, Mozilla, or W3 Schools, or look through all the different links to figure out how this works. But it's very simple. Essentially, we create a new date object, and this will give us today as a date object in JavaScript. And then we can use the getDay method on that date object to get a number from 0 to 6, where 0 is Sunday, Monday is 1, and then 6 is Saturday. So I'm just going to straight up copy this code because I use it in my app.get. So I'm going to create a new constant called today, which is set to a new date object. And then I'm going to set the day as a constant by using today.getDay. Now let's go ahead and console log that first, just to make sure it does in fact work. Coming back to our localhost, let's refresh and take a look inside our console. So it's printing 2 because currently it is Tuesday. That seems to be working. And now I can comment out my console log and instead use this to modify the day type and the advice. All right, so now let's make our website a little bit more dynamic by changing the day type and advice based on the day that it currently is. I'm going to create a let, which is going to set the day type. So I'm going to call it type, just so that you can see the difference. And by default, it will be a weekday. And then I'm going to create the advice, which I'll use ADV, just again to set it apart from this property name. And it's going to be set to this. So now let's set the day type to type and the advice to ADV. And now we can use an if statement to say, well, if the day is equal to 0, in which case it's a Sunday, or the day is equal to 6, which is a Saturday, then in that case, let's go ahead and change the type of day and the advice. So we're going to change the type to say the weekend, just so that it works in our sentence structure. Hey, it's the weekend, or hey, it's a weekday. This is just weird peculiarities of the English language to make it grammatically correct. And instead of it's time to work hard, it's time to have some fun. All right, so now we've got a if statement that changes the type and advice. If it is the weekend, we've got a default type and advice, and that is what gets passed over as the data to the property day type and advice, which then gets picked up in our EJS right here. So let's save everything and let's test things out. Because the day is tied to whatever day it is you are currently in, and if you cannot time travel, well, that's a shame for you because I can. No, not really. What I can do, however, is I can change today to a new date. If it is June 24th, 2023, then it is actually a Saturday. Now this today becomes a Saturday. So if I hit save, go back, refresh, you can see, hey, it's the weekend, it's time to have fun. And if I change this to a weekday, then you can see, hey, it's a weekday, it's time to work hard. Depending on how you want that to be, you can test it out using that syntax. And there you have it. If you want, you can download this project in the current lesson as the solution, and you can review the code that I have. There are so many ways of doing this logic. Don't worry if you did it differently. As long as it works, it's perfectly fine. You could have used an if-else. You could have used a switch statement to pass over the actual day of the week. You could have created a JavaScript object instead. You could have done so many different things. But the point is that you understand how we pass data from our server over to our template file, the EJS file, using a JavaScript object with different properties. And then the EJS file has to live in a views folder, and we use the EJS syntax to pick up those properties and insert them into our HTML. That is the most important part of this lesson. If that all makes sense, then congratulations, pat yourself on the back, and you're ready for the next lesson. If that doesn't make sense, be sure to maybe rewatch parts of this video, and hopefully you will get there and see that it's actually pretty simple. On the next lesson, we're going to be talking more about these different EJS brackets, and we're going to learn how to run JavaScript in HTML. So for all of that and more, I'll see you there. Hey guys, welcome back. In the last
Tiduran, Cok.
Hey guys, welcome back. In this module, we're going to be learning in a views folder. different properties, and then the EJS file has those properties and import back, and you're actually pretty simple. On the next lesson, we're going to be talking more and insert, and we this file using a JavaScript object with different properties. We use the EJ or HTML. Makes sense? Then makes sense. Be sure to get there and these different EJS brackets, and we're going to, I'll see you there. With different properties, and then the EJS file has to live in a views folder. Insert them. If that all makes sense, then congratulations, pat yourself on the back, and you're ready for the next lesson. If that doesn't make sense, be sure to pat EJS file has to live in a views folder, and we use the EJS syntax to pick up those properties. Project in the current lesson as the solution, and you can review the code that I have. There are so many ways of solution, and load this project. That to be you can test it out using that syntax. And there you have it. If you want, you can download this project. In the last video, we saw briefly how we can get started using EJ.
Iya, itu gimana cara? Oh, DOM element. ID visitor. Get element by ID. Oh iya, baru ingat baru.
EJS. In this video, we're going to dive a bit deeper into EJS syntax and see how we can use the different EJS tags in order to achieve what we want using this templating tool. There are quite a few EJS tags, and these are some of the ones that you'll commonly see. Now, the structure of an EJS tag, no matter which type it is, it's all pretty simple. We always start with an angle bracket and then a percentage sign, and we usually always end with a percentage sign and an angle bracket. Now, the part that's different is usually in the opening tag. For example, we might have an equal sign, we might have a minus sign, we might have another percentage or a pound sign, etc. Let's go through each of them and see how they're different. The first one you've already seen and used, which is the one with a equal sign. And this says that whatever goes in between the open and closing parts of the EJS tag will be interpreted as JavaScript, but in addition, there will be an output that's going to be put into that HTML or EJS file. For example, we can insert a variable, and that variable could be a name, right? It could equal the string Angela. And that means that when this EJS tag is rendered in the browser, you will see that name show up on the website. So it's interpreted JavaScript with an output. If we take away that equal sign and we just have the pure EJS tag, no modifications to the opening tag, then this is executable JavaScript code. Inside here, you could write any sort of JavaScript code and it will be just treated like JavaScript code, but it's interpreted inside an EJS file. Imagine you can write JavaScript inside HTML. That's essentially what this tag allows you to do. You could, for example, write a console log, and you will see in the console remember though, is this does not give an output. So the code in here will be evaluated, but there will be nothing that shows up when it gets converted to HTML and displayed in the browser. The next EJS tag has a minus sign after the opening tag, and what this says is whatever goes in between the opening and closing tags should be interpreted as HTML. That means you can actually write HTML, or in our case, send HTML to the EJS file, and that will be rendered and interpreted as HTML. So it means that when this is displayed in the website, it won't be H1 hello, closing tag H1. It'll actually just be hello in a big H1 font, or whatever styling you chose for your website. Now the next one, tag H1, it'll actually just be hello in a big H1 font, or whatever styling you chose for your website. Now, the next one is even simpler, and this is probably something that you'll very rarely use. This is an escape EJS tag. By adding an extra percentage sign to the opening tag or an extra percentage sign before the end of the closing tag, what we can do is we can escape the EJS tag, which means that you can actually show the EJS tags. Let's say you're writing a website where you want to teach people about EJS tags, and you want it to say, well, this is what a EJS tag looks like when you want to have an output. Well, if you actually wrote this in your EJS file, this part would all be interpreted as EJS, and you would see nothing of it on the website. So if you wanted to actually show the angle bracket plus a percentage sign for it to not be interpreted as EJS, but just as plain text, then you can add a percentage sign after the opening tag or before the closing tag. Next is how you write EJS comments. Just as we have the double slash in JavaScript, where everything comes afterwards is not executed as HTML code or JavaScript code, in EJS you add a pound sign or a hashtag, if you will, after the opening bracket. And then everything that goes inside will be interpreted as not code, but as a comment in that code file. So none of it is executed or interpreted or rendered. Finally, we have the include. In this syntax, we have a minus sign after the opening EJS tag, and then we have the keyword include, and then we have a set of parentheses where inside the parentheses, we add the name of an EJS file. What this allows us to do is to insert another EJS file into this current EJS file where this tag is. And we're going to explore this in greater detail in later lessons where we learn about layouts and partials. But essentially what this allows us to do is to create a website of an EJS file. What this allows us to do is to insert another EJS file into this current EJS file where this tag is. And we're going to explore this in greater detail in later lessons where we learn about layouts and partials. But essentially what this allows us to do is to create a website where we have the same, say, header and footer, which is just, maybe the name of our website, or maybe just some copyright text and some links, etc. Now, these two parts are going to be the same in all of our website. But this part is where we're going to change each time. Instead of having to write these bits of header and footer code every single time in our EJS, what we can do is we can use the include to simply insert a header.ejs and a footer.ejs, and then all we have to do is concentrate on the part that does in fact change, which is the body of the website. Now, hopefully you've seen some of the different examples of EJS tags. So what does this look like in actual code? Here I've got a variable in my index.js called bowl, and in my fruit bowl, there's apples, oranges, and pears in an array. When I render my index.ejs, I pass along this array in the variable called fruits, and that gets picked up in my index.ejs file. Now, using the special EJS brackets, so just the angle and percentage sign. Remember, this is the only code tag, so only runs the code, doesn't render anything on screen. Then I can actually insert actual JavaScript code in my HTML or EJS file. So I can loop through this array and I can render each of the fruits in there as a list item. And inside this list item, I'm using the other type of tag, which is the angle bracket percentage equal sign. And this, remember, is a type of output EJS tag. That means that something is actually going to be outputted into HTML to be displayed in my website. And in my case, that's exactly what I want, because I want an unordered list with all of my fruits showing up one after the other in the order that they are created in the array. And this is what it would look like. Now let's try an exercise, and this is what it would look like. Now let's try an exercise and test out your ability to use some of these different EJS tags. What I've got in the starting file is an index.js that has an app.get already written. And in the app.get, I've got this data object that's being sent over when we render our index.ejs. So I'm sending over some title text. I'm sending over the current number of seconds on the clock. So if we have a clock and currently it's 10:05, 23 seconds, then this is the value that I'm sending in to this seconds property. And I've also got an array and some HTML content. In addition, I've included a footer.ejs file, which just contains a little bit of footer, some copyright text, and what I want you to do is to modify the index.ejs file so that you end up with two potential options. You end up with the title displayed in an H1. You end up with the current number of seconds displayed in this paragraph element. And if the current number of seconds on the clock is odd, then we're going to show no items. But if it's even, then we're going to display the items that we got from our server. And then finally, we're going to render this HTML as actual HTML. So notice I've got the EM tags around it, and I want to show this as HTML. And finally, we're going to pull in this footer right here using the final type of EJS tag that we talked about, which is the angle bracket percentage minus includes, and then we add in the name of the file. This is the exercise for you. And as always, we're going to start off by CDing into the extracted folder. We're going to run npm-i to install all of the required node modules. And then you can use nodemon to run the solution.js to see what it should look like. Here's our title, here's our HTML being rendered, here's our list, here's the number of current seconds. Look at how it's even, so we're getting our list. But if I refresh again and I get an odd number of seconds, it says no items to display. And then my copyright comes from my footer file right here. And what you have to do is look through this index.ejs file and see how you can get all of these different parts completed one by one. So pause the video now and give that a go. All right, let's run through the solution together. First, I'm going to split my pane so that I can see the index.js side by side with the index.ejs. So I can see all of the things that are being sent over as variables over to my index.ejs file. So the first one I'm sending over is the title.
Mantap. Berapa jam? 2 jam 42. Geng, aku ngantuk, Cok. Gimana ya? Ketiduran terus, Cok, aku pas belajar. Gimana ya? Harus ngapain ya? Terus aku harus berbaring, nyanyi. Kalau berbadan aku ketiduran. Ketiduran. Apa ya biar nggak ngantuk ya? Apa ya biar nggak ngantuk? Oh iya nanti malam ada Zoom ya. Iya aku pikir ada orang juga. Kayaknya kosong sih. Nanggung nanggung nggak ada tidur tidur belajar. Aku ketiduran banyak cok pulang dari awal.
In addition, I've included a footer.ejs file, which just contains
Ketiduran dari mana cok aku?
include. In this syntax, we have a minus sign
Ya,
after the opening EJS tag, and then we have the keywords is where this website where we have the same parts are copyright name change each time all of our website, but this part is where we're going to change each time. Instead of having to write these bits of header and footer code every single time in our EJS, what we can do is we can use include to simply insert a header.ejs and a footer.ejs, and then all we have to do is concentrate on the part that does in fact change, which is the body of the website. Now, hopefully you've seen some of the different examples. in actual code. Here I've got a variable in my index.js called bowl, and my called now just the so the fruit in there as a list item. The angle bracket output is actually a website with all they are created. Now let's try an exercise and test out your ability to use some of these different EJS tags. What I've got in the starting file is an index.js that has an app.get already written. And in the app.get, I've got this data object that's being sent over when we render our index.ejs. So I'm sending over some title text. I'm sending over the current number of seconds on the clock. So if we have a clock and currently it's 10:05, 23 seconds, then this is the value that I'm sending in to this seconds property. And I've also got an array and some HTML content. In addition, I've included a footer.ejs file, which just contains a little bit of footer, some copyright text. And what I want you to do is to modify the index.ejs file so that you end up with two potential options. You end up with the title displayed in an H1. You end up with the current number of seconds displayed in this paragraph element. And if the current number of seconds on the clock is odd, then we're going to show no items. But if it's even, then we're going to display the items that we got from our server. And then finally, we're going to render this HTML as actual HTML. So notice I've got the EM tags around it, and I want to show this as HTML. And finally, we're going to pull in this footer right here using the final type of EJS tag that we talked about, which is the angle bracket percentage minus includes, and then we add in the name of the file. This is the exercise for you. And as always, we're going to start off by CDing into the extracted folder. The file. header and in addition, I've included a footer.ejs file, which just contains a little bit of footer, some copyright text, and what I want you to do is to modify the index.ejs file so that you end up with two potential options. You end up with the title displayed in an H1. You end up with the current number of seconds displayed in this paragraph element. And if the current number of seconds on the clock is odd, then we're going to show no items. But if it's even, then we're going to display the items that we got. From our server. And then finally, we're going to render this HTML as actual HTML. So notice I've got the EM tags around it, and I want to show this as HTML. And finally, we're going to pull in this footer right here using the final type of EJS tag that we talked about, which is the angle bracket percentage minus includes, and then we add in the name of the file. This is the exercise for you. And as always, we're going to start off by cding into the extracted folder. We're going to run npm-i to install all of the required node modules. And then you can use nodemon to run the solution.js to see what it should look like. Here's our title, here's our HTML being rendered, here's our list, here's the number of current seconds. Look at how it's even, so we're getting our list. But if I refresh again and I get an odd number of seconds, it says no items to display. And then my copyright comes from my footer file right here. And what you have to do is look through this index.ejs file and see how you can get all of these different parts completed one by one. So pause the video now and give that a go. All right, let's run through the solution together. First, I'm going to split my pane so that I can see the index.js side by side with the index.ejs. So I can see all of the things that are being sent over as variables over to my index.ejs file. So the first one I'm sending over is the title, and I can replace it here, but more importantly, I want it to go into the H1. Let's go ahead and add the EJS tag, which is the one with an equal sign, because it gives us an output value. And I'm going to write title in here. So now let's hit save. And before we go any further, let's go ahead and actually run this project. So making sure that you've installed all the node modules, then using nodemon to run index.js. And then we can open it up inside Chrome, and you can see that the title is now being placed in here because it says EJS tags. Next one is the current second, which comes from this property called seconds. So again, let's go ahead and add our output EJS tag and put in the word seconds so that it matches this one. Let's hit save and refresh. You can see that now the current second in the time is now being shown right here. Next one is to write some actual code. So we've got an if statement that's currently just being rendered on our website. That's not what we want. We want this to be actual code so that if the number of seconds modulo 2 is equal to 0, which means that it's currently an even number of seconds, then we're going to show an unordered list. Otherwise, we're going to show this paragraph element. Here, because this is JavaScript code that we want to be evaluated, but no output is needed, we use the EJS tag that is simply just a normal no output EJS tag. Let's put that there and then enclose each line of our JavaScript inside those angle brackets. We've got a open and close here, and then we've got an open and close here. So notice how every single part of the JavaScript, all of these curly braces need to be enclosed in EJS tags, but the parts which are simply just HTML do not. So now let's hit save. Let's go over here, refresh. You can see right now it's an even number of seconds. We get nothing showing up. If I refresh until I get to an odd number of seconds, that paragraph element now shows up on screen right here. But if it's not, then I get this empty unordered list element. Now, the thing to remember with EJS is every single line of JavaScript needs its EJS tag open and closed. That means you can't just put this around the entire section of EJS and then hope somehow this is going to take into account all of it. Because remember, there are bits of HTML in here, like the UL and the P, and it's also important. Also need EJS tags around them. But once you get used to it, then it gets a little bit simpler. So now the list goes in here if the current second is even, otherwise it should display no items to display. We've sorted this part out, but we now need to display our list. How do we display our list? Well, we have list items, right? And we're sending over the items right here, apple, banana, cherry, and so we can pick up the items in here by using a for loop. And we can either use the traditional for loop, which involves the let I equals 0, and so on and so forth, or we could use a for each. So we could say we get this variable called items, and then we use for each to loop through each of the items in the array, which I'll call fruit. For each fruit, let's go ahead and do something, and that something is to render it inside an li. This is where that fruit should go into. Now, of course, this is JavaScript code, so it requires the opening and closing EJS tags, and similarly down here as well. Now, when I go ahead and run this code, what do you think will happen? Do you think we're going to get the names of the fruits or something else? So let's hit save. Let's go over here and refresh. You can see I'm just getting the word fruit being printed many times in my list item. Why is that? Well, you might have already realized I need the EJS tag that gives me an output for this to actually show up correctly. So let's hit save. Let's go ahead and refresh. And when we get a even number of seconds, we get apple, banana, cherry being rendered. If you use the for loop where you have the I equals 0, I plus plus, I to the limit, that's totally fine as well. I thought I'd just show you a different way of doing this because I demoed the other one in the slide deck already. Which for loop you use is totally up to you, but the fact that you can get each of the fruits rendered in the list is how you pass this part of the challenge. So now finally, we add a little bit of HTML content, which comes over as HTML content. So remember the tag for this is angle bracket, percentage sign, minus sign. And this is output escaped. So it means that we can actually put in our HTML content in here and it will be interpreted as HTML. So this is some strong text. And that's because it's got the strong tag around it. Whereas if we change this minus sign to equal sign, then we will get the full variable as a text string. So that's that's not what we want. Finally, we have our footer, which is in this file footer.ejs. And in order to render it, we need angle bracket %sign minus, and then the keyword include, and then we add the name of the file, which is footer.ejs. Now, for future references, remember that this file has to also be in the views folder along with the file that you're writing this include in, structured kind of like this. Now let's hit save. Let's go and refresh our web page. You can see our footer is now being rendered in here. So there you have it. Did you manage to get the challenge correct? Did you have any problems? If you did, take a look inside the solution EJS and see how you can fix your problems. In the next lesson, we're going to talk more about passing data from our server to the client side and client side to server using EJS. So for all of that and more, I'll see you there. Hey guys, in the last lesson,
Istirahat dulu ya. I'm back, guys. Oh, shit. I want this. Ba, ba, ba. Oke, lanjut. Gas. Kita selanjutnya kita udah belajar what is EGS, kita udah juga belajar macam-macam dari EGS text, and next we're gonna learn about passing that passing data to EGS templates. Nah, tadi kan kalau misalnya kita mau masukin variabel atau mau masukin an object to EGS, kita kan nulis kan render EGS-nya, kita terus nanti koma terus si objeknya gitu. Nah, I think it's one thing passing data from server to client and client to server. Okay, I got it. Okay. Mari kita belajar.
We looked at how we can use. Hey guys, in the last lesson, we looked at how we can use the different types of EJS tags and to use it to run code in our EJS templates. In this lesson, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into passing data with EJS. So from server to client side and from client to server side. We've already seen passing data from server to the EJS file. This is probably already seen passing data from server to the EJS file.
Yes, res render index, yes, name Angela.
This is probably one of the simplest examples. We do this using the res.render method. And then we pass in, firstly, the name of the EJS file we want to be rendered, and then any sort of data that we want to render. So this data has a property value, which can then be picked up inside the EJS file and inserted using the output EJS tag. So then when this is actually rendered, we will get an H1 that says, hello, Angela. And this data gets pulled from here and inserted right into the placeholder. We also saw how we can pass over more complex bits of data, for example, a actual array. And this can simply be done by giving the data a name that can be accessed on the EJS side, and then the actual piece of data to be sent over. And then in our EJS file, we can pick up that array by the name that it was passed over as. And then you saw how we could use a for loop or a for each loop in order to tap into each of the items in the array and render it into the EJS file, ending up with something like this. What happens if there actually is no data on the EJS side? Here, take a look at this code. We're expecting an array called fruits that we can loop through. But if we check on the index.js, we render the index.ejs file, but we forgot corrupted, or there's some sort of bug in our code. Happen quite frequently. Either the data is corrupted or there's some data. This can happen quite frequently. Either the data is corrupted or there's some sort of bug in our code on our frequently. Either the data is corrupted, pass over any data. The index.ejs file, but we forgot to pass over any data. This can happen quite frequently. Either the data is corrupted or there's some sort of bug in our code on our JavaScript side where we don't actually send over what our EJS file expects. Well, in JavaScript, normally you can prevent this situation and catch it by simply using an if statement. You can say, if this thing called fruit actually exists and is not undefined, then go ahead and run the next bits of code. Now, you might think this would work, but unfortunately with EJS, it does not. This will actually crash our website and it won't render anything at all. Now, what is the reason for this? Well, the reason is because it's looking at this variable called fruits, but in EJS land, unlike in JavaScript, it doesn't scope this variable. What that means is it doesn't actually check to see, well, does this actually exist before it tries to use it? Instead, it tries to use it and, oh, there's nothing, it doesn't work, let's crash everything. And this is one of the aspects of EJS as a templating language that you might not be used to if you're thinking of it as just normal JavaScript. So this is a good thing to be aware of. So then what do we have to do to get around it? Well, we can use this variable called locals. What locals is basically a way to access all of the variables that get sent over with a res.render. Now, you can also manually set res.render. Now, you can also manually set res.locals, and you can set it equal to some piece of data. So you could say data is 42, and that locals variable is what can be accessed in the rendered EJS file. By simply using something like fruit, the name of the variable that gets passed over with the res.render, essentially what we're doing is we're using the shorthand of locals.nameOfVariable. This locals variable always exists, and that means that we can always use it to check for the existence of variables that pass over to EJS. And if this in fact does exist, then we can use it as we would normally. This is just something that's quite important to be aware of when you're passing data from the server to the EJS side. Now, what about the opposite direction? What if we want to pass data from the EJS side or from the client side back to the server? So let's say we have a form on our website that we want users to fill in. We want them to put in their first name and their last name, and then we want to be able to handle that data in our server to do something with it or to store it or to check it, whatever it may be. How do we pass data backwards? And as you've seen in previous examples, the easiest way to do this is through a post request. So this then exists on the EJS side as a form, which has a destination, also called an action, the method that is going to be a post request, and when the form gets submitted, then these pieces of data are labeled under their name attributes. So F name is going to be equal to whatever the user types in here, and L name will be equal to whatever the user types in here. And when they click on the OK button, this app.post gets triggered, and inside the request.body, when we've got body parser enabled, we can access these different pieces of data. And that's how we get data from the client to the server side using EJS. It's pretty similar to how we would do with normal HTML. Now it's time to try an exercise where you practice passing data back and forth between the server and client side, client to server side, using EJS templates. Download the starting file from this current lesson and extract it, and then open it up inside VS Code. As always, the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and install all the required dependencies. So I'm just going to run npm I on this folder. We get our node modules installed, and let's first take a look at the solution. So let's use nodemon to run solution.js, which will start up on localhost 3000. And you should see something that looks like this. So we've got an H1 asking you to enter your name. So let me go ahead and enter my name, click OK, and then it tells me there are 8 letters in my name. So I can now try it with somebody else's name. And our website basically counts the number of letters in a name. This is what you're aiming to build. And the rest of it, I'm going to leave for you to figure out how to do. You're going to have to write some code in the app.get in order to render the H1 in the body of your EJS file. And it could say something like, enter your name or whatever it is as an instruction. And that happens when we don't have any data being passed over to the index.ejs. But if we did have some data being passed over, namely the number of letters in the name, then we want it to be an H1 that says there are 9 letters or how many letters in your name. 8 data being passed over to the index.ejs. But if we did have some data being passed over, namely the number of letters in the name, then we want it to be an H1 that says there are 9 letters or how many letters in your name. So think about this carefully, because initially, if I go ahead and quit my server and restart, there won't be any data being passed over. So my website doesn't yet know how many letters there are in the name. So at this point, this will be the H1 that will be shown. But as soon as I enter something into here, this data gets sent over to my server side. My server is the one that works out how many letters there are in that name and then passes that number back over to EJS so that we render a different H1 inserting that number into here. Have a think about how you would complete this challenge, break down the problem, and using what you've learned so far in this module, complete this challenge yourself. Pause the video now. All right, so let's run through the solution together, and hopefully you've already gone part of the way or the entire way to solving this. So the first thing we want to happen is to have an H1 that says, write your name below, and you can insert some emojis, or you can copy and paste it from the internet, whatever. You can insert some emojis, or you can copy and paste it from the internet, whatever it is you want to do. And once we've got that H1, then we can figure out how to render this EJS from our index.js. So that's of course going to be in the get route. And so we can use our res.render, and then the name of our file is index.ejs. Let's hit save. Let's go ahead and quit out of our server that was running our solution. Now let's use nodemon and run index.js. Now let's refresh, and you can see we've got this working. At the moment, this form is not really connected to anything. So when we hit OK, even though there is a post route here, it doesn't send anything back. So our website actually just hangs until the browser decides to kill it. So let's write something in here to handle the data that gets sent over. Now notice I've already inserted the body parser code, so you can use body parser. You don't have to write all of this extra code. But remember, when you're writing this website from scratch yourself, you need the body parser middleware in order to be able to access the body of the post request. So now we can say request.body, and we want to tap into the 2 things that we get back from the form. One is called F name for the first name. The next one is the L name for the last name. And notice in this case, I don't actually have any labels for my inputs. Instead, I just put a placeholder, which essentially will show up in the form. So let's tap into the F name and the L name. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new constant, which is called number of letters. And I'm going to set it to request.body.fname.length, which gives me the length of that string. And I'm going to add the length to request.body and get hold of the L name and also use .length. This is simplified code that we could have probably written out in 3 or 4 lines, depending on how comfortable you feel with JavaScript. You can split this out if you wish. and you can console log each of the different parts. You console log request.body, you can console log request.body fname, you can create a variable for the length of the first name, create a variable for the length of the surname, add it all together. But essentially, this is the final logic. Let's go ahead and console log the number of letters. So if we go back, refresh, let's test it with my name, click OK. So then we go and take a look at our terminal, and you see number 8 being printed out. Now, if you get some weird errors or it doesn't work, try restarting the server. Sometimes what happens is you enter the form, doesn't work. Number 8, take a look at our terminal, and you see. So then we go and take a look, test it with my name, click OK. So if we go back, refresh, let's test it with my name, click OK. So then we go and take a look at our terminal, and you see number 8 being printed out. Now, if you get some weird errors or it doesn't work, try restarting the server. Sometimes what happens is you enter the form on a non-updated version of your localhost 3000, so you can try refreshing the website, going to the URL, or simply restarting the server. But either way, with these lines of code, you should be able to console log the number of letters that's being entered into the form. And then the all-important thing is we need to send this variable back over to our EJS. So let's go ahead and use the res.render, and we want to render our index of EJS, and we want to pass over this number of letters as a variable, and this is the value that's going to be passed over. Now we can pick up that variable in our index.ejs. So remember what it is that we called it, and we can put it into an h1. So essentially we'll have two different h1s. If we don't have that variable, number of letters, then we want this h1 to show up. But if we did, then we want this h1 to show up. So we'll need some sort of if statement that can check to see if this exists. And if it does, let's render the h1 where we say something like, there are this number of letters in your name. Of course, in order for this to be rendered as actual code, we need our EJS angle bracket percentage equals, and then the closing bracket as well. And also our code, which we need to be evaluated, but not necessarily outputted, needs to have the EJS brackets around it. So now, if this variable exists, we want to show this h1, but otherwise we want to show a different h1. And that is going to be this h1. So if we have this variable, then that means the form has already been completed and we can insert the number of letters into the h1. If we don't have that variable and it's empty, then that means the user must have accessed this website for the first time, and we want to give them some instructions as to what they should do. Now, when I run this, it's going to break, and you might already know why, but let's just test it out. Let's hit save. Let's go back to our website, refresh localhost 3000, and it crashes. It tells us there's a reference error. And it says that on this line, there's a little pointy arrow here, line 12, number of letters is not defined. So basically, it tried to access number of letters to know what to do with it, and lo and behold, it doesn't exist because this is the first time the user's accessing the website and they haven't yet entered a name for our server to work out the number of letters. What we need to do is we need to change this to check for the locals variable, see if this thing actually exists, because we know this variable definitely always exists in EJS files. And if it does, then continue with the code where we actually use it. So let's hit save, let's go back, refresh. At the moment, we know that number of letters doesn't exist, so we get this h1, but once we add in our name and it gets calculated, then the different h1 gets rendered. Did you manage to work this out? If you didn't, be sure to take a look through the solution code and check your code and figure out how you can fix your code to make it work, and see if you have any typos or see if you have any logic errors, but different H1. Hi guys, In this lesson, we're going to be learning about how to create partials using EJS and this whole world of layouts, partials, templating. What exactly is the difference between all of these different things? That is what you're going to find out by the end of this lesson. Now, one of the things that we haven't considered so far in our backend and server-side development is styling and all the great things we learn about the front end, all of the adding style sheets, adding bootstrap, and Hi guys, in this lesson we're going to be learning about how to create partials using EJS and this whole world of layouts, partials, templating. What exactly is the difference between all of these different things? That is what you're going to find out by the end of this lesson. Now, one of the things that we haven't considered so far in our backend and server-side development is styling and all the great things we learn about the front end. All of the adding style sheets, adding bootstrap, using Flexbox, basically adding all the stuff that makes our website look beautiful. And if we want to build a website where there's animations, where there's beautiful styling, where we have nav bars from bootstrap and Flexbox layouts and all of those great things that we learn in the front end section of the course, what do we need to do? Well, we would have to add quite a lot of code into the head section of our HTML files, adding in all the style sheets. We'd probably need to add a nav bar, and it's miles away from simply just doing res.send and then sending over some sort of unstyled H1. But if we simply go ahead and just add a whole bunch of style sheets into the head section of our EJS files, you'll notice that it doesn't actually work. And the reason for this is because these files are what's known as static files. The CSS or the images that you want to include on your website don't ever change, unlike the files that are being generated dynamically from your backend. For example, your HTML files in the form of EJS, which has to be interpreted and then rendered and then converted into HTML to be sent to the browser. Now, similarly, the JavaScript in your index.js needs to be run, and it's used to determine the functionality of your website. Normally, what happens with node-based backends is we create a public folder where we node-based backends is we create a public folder where we add in all of our static files. So maybe we can put our images in there, our styles in there, our favicons, basically any file that doesn't change. And then in order to tell Express that that is where our static files are located, we can use the middleware express.static. And then we can use the middleware express.static and then define the location or the name of our public folder. Remember, this is the top level of the project. At the top level, we've got our public folder, and this is normally how these files are structured in Node and Express projects. If your public folder happened to be inside, I don't know, something else, source/public, then of course you would change this path to correspond to the location. But basically, once we've told Express where our public folder is, it will treat everything inside as a static file. That means when we create our style sheet links, the href will be relative to the location of the public folder. In this case, notice how the path to my style sheet is /styles/layout.css. And this is because this layout.css is located in a folder called styles. And it's inside this folder where we've got our layout.css. And then this styles folder is then located in the actual public folder. So this is how our file is structured. Because we've already pointed towards the public folder as the location of our static files, then in order to define the location of any static files you want to use, say in your index.ejs, you have to start the path from public and then you continue to the location. And that's how we end up with /styles/layout.css. And the reason why we need to tell Express the location of our public folder and to set these files as static is because the way that file paths work in Node and Express for dynamic pages is a little bit different from static pages. For example, if on our website we have some navigation links, just as I've got here, it's going to different pages in my website and it's rendering different EJS files. But the way that I'm getting to these locations is actually by sending GET requests to a particular route. These dynamic parts of our website are routed and their locations are generated dynamically, whereas the static parts of our website, such as where our images are or where our CSS lives, doesn't need to be generated dynamically, and so we can simply specify the static folder that they live in. Essentially, what all of this means for us is when you want to use a static file, such as an image or a CSS file, you place them inside a public folder, which is at the topmost level of your project, so directly in your project folder. You link to them in the EJS files relative to the location of your public folder. And then inside your server, you can use app.use to use the Express middleware, that's express.static, to specify the location of all of your static files. So now that we know how we can add back all of our styling and front-end code to style our websites, then you'll realize that in your EJS files, you end up with a lot of repeated code if you are going to have a multi-page website. Because this part, the head and the header, especially if you have a nav bar or if you have a footer, they're going to be exactly the same across all of your pages. The only part that really changes is the content. So in order to not have a ton of repeated code, like what we've got here in our index.ejs across all of our different EJS files, maybe our about.ejs, our contact.ejs, so that we don't have to repeat all of this code and clutter up what's essentially our content pages, what we can use is some of the features of EJS. So we already know that we can use EJS for templating, where we replace parts of our code using these EJS tags in order to insert bits of dynamic content into the actual body of our code. So maybe this part can have a dynamically generated year, and maybe this part can have some sort of array being sent over from the backend. So we're already aware that we can use EJS for templating, but in this lesson, I want to talk a bit more about how we can use EJS in order to reduce a whole bunch of repeated code in our website. And we can do that using partials. We can use the EJS tag that is angle bracket %, minus, and then the keyword include. So notice it's include, not includes, and then the name of the file that we want to include at this location. Let's say we have a website where we have the main body of content, but at the beginning we want to add a header, and at the end we want to add a footer, which is going to repeat across our entire website and all of the different pages. Then what we can do is we can add the include header at the beginning of our file, say index.ejs. And then at the end of our file, after all of the content, we can include our footer. So that just slots those bits into the right positions, and all you have to focus on is what is going to change in terms of the content. Let's go ahead and try an exercise and cement our knowledge by writing some code ourselves. Download the 4.3 EJS partials zip file. As always with all our Node projects, the first thing you'll need to do is to run npm-i to install the Node modules in the package.json. And then once you've done that, I want you to use nodemon to start up the solution.js so that you can see what it is that you're aiming for. So go ahead and open up localhost 3000. You should be able to see that you have a header with a navbar, you have a footer that has animations, and everything on the homepage has beautiful styling. Now, when you go to the About pages or the Contact pages, then that's when things start to break down. And it's your job to take a look inside the index.js, go through the steps I've listed here for you to write some code and fix all of the parts of the web.
Yeah. Okay. Right, got here under the homepage index EJS. Make sure the static files are linked to the and changes shows up. Add the routes and
website. Step
fucking step. What is this? It's 4.3. What is it? EJS partial. Yes, partial. Intinya itu kayak kayak gitu lah, pisahin filter, header, and content. Kita jadi kayak kalau karena yang berubah itu cuman kontennya kan nanti. Extract all. Okay, we're gonna extract it in here. Extract folder, extract. The fuck, the extract kayak gini malah begono dia. Nah ini kita tonton aja.
Step 1 is to be able to render this homepage, which is your index.ejs. You know how to set up the get route for the home route and make sure that this homepage shows up. Okay. Now, the homepage is not going to show up with any styling until you write some code to make sure that your static files, like your images and your CSS, actually show up. And then step 3 is to add the routes to handle the render of the about and contact pages. If you take a look inside the header.ejs, you can see the href of each of these navigation links. So this one is going to of header.ejs, the routes to handle the render of the about and contact pages. If you take a look inside the header.ejs,
view parcels, filter, and header.
You can see the href of each of these navigation links. So this one is going to hit up /about. Essentially, remember, a link is kind of just like a GET request, right? And it's going to hit up this route, and the contact page is going to hit up this route. So have a think about how you might be able to detect that in your index.ejs and be able to render the correct EJS pages. The final step is to add the partials to the about and contact pages to show the header and footer, and of course the styling which comes in the header, to those pages. So instead of getting these broken pages, you have the same styling on the about and contact pages. This is your goal. Pause the video and give this challenge a go. All right, hopefully that was easy enough and you managed to go through all 4 of the steps, achieving the end goal. Let's run through the solution code together. Step 1 is to render the home page, the root route, which should render our index.ejs. If we take a look inside the solution.js, you can see all I've got is an app.get hitting up the root route so that when a browser or the client side makes a GET request to that route, I'm going to res.render the index.ejs. If we take a look inside the index.ejs, it already has the partial code in the beginning and the end. So it's rendering the partials /header and the partials /footer. Notice that these files are always relative to the views folder. Just as when we render EJS files, we use the path relative to the view render always relative to the views folder. Just as when we render EJS files, we use the path relative to the views folder. So for example, if index.ejs was inside another folder, let's say we had a folder called main, and that's where our index.ejs was located, then we would have to render main/index.ejs. So it's always relative to the location of the views folder when we do our res.render. So let's go ahead and restore that and make sure that we get back to the same structure as before. And so similarly, when we use the include EJS tag, we also are providing the location of the file we want to include, the partial, in a file path that's relative to the views folder. In our case, the header is located in the views folder inside the partials folder, and the name of the file is header.ejs. So hopefully you've already spotted how that works, but if you haven't, this is a quick point just so you noticed that. Step 2 is to make sure that the static files are linked to and the CSS shows up. As I mentioned in the lesson previously, we need to use the express middleware express.static to specify the location of our public folder so that Express knows where our static files are located. If you look inside the header.ejs where we've got our links to our CSS files, you can see the hrefs here are all relative to the public folder. So it's public/styles/layout or /content. By adding in this line of code, we tell Express where our static files are located, and we can start using them using the links that have a relative file path relative to the location that we specified here. And once you've added this line and you go to your home page, you should be able to see your home page rendered with the header, with the footer, and all of the styling. The next step is to add the routes that handle the render of the about and contact pages. Now, this is the first time that we've actually made a multi-page website with our backend server. But the concept of all of this is very simple. If you hover over the About link in the nav bar, you can see right at the bottom left that it's trying to hit up a route called /about. If we inspect this, you can see this is a nav link and it has the href of /about. What that means is when I click on this, my browser is going to make a GET request to our localhost 3000 /about. And we know all about routes and GET and POST requests. So all we need to do is to make sure that our server knows how to handle that request. When a GET request comes through to our server hitting up this route, we should be rendering the about.ejs page. And when a GET request comes through to the contact route, we should render the contact.ejs. So a multi-page website with navigation links is as easy as a bunch of different GET requests. Once you have added those GET route handlers, then we should be able to navigate to the About page and to the Contact page. So the final thing we need to do in step 4 is to add the partials to the About and Contact pages so that the header and footer shows up and the styling shows up just like on the home page. All we need to do is to go in here and then add our header, injecting it using the EJS angle bracket %, minus, and then include, and then the name of the file that you want to include. Again, the file is relative to the views folder, so it will be partials /header.ejs, and then let's close off our EJS bracket. And then similarly at the bottom, we add in the partials /footer.ejs. If I hit save, go back, now I go to my About page, you can see all my styling, header, footer, navigation bar, it's all in place without me having to add any really real code to my EJS files. And look at how simple it is to do this, and also how succinct it makes our files instead of cluttering it up with a whole bunch of code. And these parts, the header, the footer, or other parts, can be reused and simply injected using partials. Now all we have to do is add this to the contact page, and then we are pretty much done and we have completed the entire project. Hopefully that was an easy win, but reinforced some of the things that we learned in this.
Oh shit, udah jam setengah enam. Kita sudahi guys. Akhirnya aku harus beli makan, mandi, terus nanti malam aku juga ada Zoom. Shit. Lumayan lah hari ini belajar. Oke guys, thank you. Nanti kita belajar lagi. Semoga besok. Besok itu ada action plan, tapi nggak tahu selesainya jam berapa. But I think masih ada waktu buat belajar sih. Aman sih. Nggak tahu pulangnya jam berapa, intinya masih ada waktu. Oke, kita akan belajar lagi nanti. Tunjukkan aja. Berarti hari ini kita tuh udah belajar tentang the middleware and custom middleware, dan kita juga udah belajar tentang EJS. Tapi EJS ini masih ada belum selesainya di bagian band generator project. Itu cuman project, bukan project akhir, latihan akhir penerapannya kepada si band generator project yang udah kita buat sebelumnya itu. Mungkin bakal ditambahin lagi di sini itu untuk EJS-nya. Gitulah. Nanti mungkin bakal aku nonton sambil makan ya. Oke, untuk hari ini sekian. Terima kasih. Sabar, nanti dia delay coy ini pasti. Dia stop streamingnya itu delay. Nih ya, misalnya aku ada dah.